This guy, what is he doing? Mission for
Also, switch off. Even yesterday, I went out to call him. I did yesterday, I was told he was in the same. Yesterday, I went out to call him. His number was on, so I now called one of my who were close to me that time. I want to message of the check. I said he was there. Okay. I will call you back. Take the food, go to the future. Go and give him the food. And he said he was told by the staff, the secretary, the staff that is around, but he locked it. And this was only come. I said this was only the inside channel. I can't rush you on I've tried my best. So each time, even yesterday, around 8, when I got to my call, it's like switch off.
so
So that was
because this is what they are doing.
maybe I'll see you after Sunday. I have a message for you. I'm fine.
Hi there.
Good. You look good today. Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
You look your tomorrow. I'm going to go down my heart. If I really make me look whatever you call me. I know you are very busy person. You must have one minute just to put us through some fundamental dashboard. Once you then we have Thank you. Almighty God, ruler of heaven and earth, we beseech thee to inspire and guide all our choices and actions, so that we may always walk in the path of justice, love, and charity to one another. Help us with thy grace to do only those things that will promote the unity, happiness, and prosperity of Nigeria. Amen. Distinguished colleagues, we are starting a little bit earlier than we planned. In reality, a bit late, because of the fact that we needed to have leadership meeting to address some of the concerns in respect of the ministerial nominees that will appear before us today. And I did say in advance that it is the view of leadership that some of the so-called petitions have no minutes. But we'll be very glad to hear from them when they appear before us. And will do justice to all. So let us examine the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, the 29th day of October 2024. Page 445. Page 446. Page 447. Page 448. Page 449. Page 430. Rather, page 450. Page 451. Page 452. Page 453. Page 454. Page 455. Page 456. Distinguished Senator Kaka Shehu Lawan, Senior Advocate of Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. President, my respected colleagues. My name is Kakashew Lawal. I represent the good people of Borno Central Senatorial District. Mr. President, I stand to move that the votes and proceedings of Tuesday, the 29th day of October 2024 be approved. I so move, sir.
The Single Senator Agadaga.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Senator Chief Benson Sunday Agadaga is my name. I represent all the characters of Bayelsa East Senatorial District in Bayelsa State. Member of the Order of the Niger, I rise to second the motion ably moved by distinguished Senator Shehu Kaka with the adoption of the votes and proceedings of yesterday. I so second. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded. Those in support of the approval of the votes and proceedings of the 29th day of October 2024 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, the following distinguished senators are celebrating their birthdays today, 30th day of October 2024. Senator Udende Menga Emmanuel, Senator Ifenaso Osita Bonaventure. On behalf of the Senate, I wish the distinguished senators happy birthday, long life, prosperity, and many more years of service to our fatherland. Congratulations. Distinguished colleagues, I wish to acknowledge the presence of honorable members of Ogo Olura Local Government Council in Oyo State. Listen, my wife is from the southeast, and that spelling is Ogo. It means in-law. But if your one is Ogo, we are pleased to have you in the gallery, and we wish you fruitful observations of the Senate proceedings, and may God take you back safely to your destination thereafter. You are welcome. You may be seated. We also want to acknowledge the presence of the students of the Department of History and International Studies, Plateau State University, Bokos. Senator Lalong, pronounce it for us. Huh?
It's Bokos, not Bokos.
Bokos. Not Bokos.
Yes, sir.
So we acknowledge the presence of the students of the Department of History and International Studies, Plateau State University, Bokos, in Jos, who are here in the gallery to observe Senate proceedings.
I wish you fruitful observations and God's mercies on your return journey. You may be seated. Very distinguished colleagues, a delegation from the Parliament of Ghana in the gallery to observe Senate proceedings. Honorable Thomas Adadalu, Member of Parliament, China Paga in Ghana, is here with us. Honorable Emmanuel Koranten, Senior Assistant Clerk and Deputy Director, Governance Cluster of Committees of the Ghanaian Parliament, is also here with us. They are in Nigeria and in the Senate chambers to observe Senate proceedings. I want to wish them fruitful observations, and I welcome you on behalf of your colleagues in the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and journey mercies on your return journey. Distinguished colleagues, with sadness in my heart, I invite all of us to the night of tributes for our late brother, Senator Dr. Ifeanyi, CON. The letter is from Dr. Ijoma, APC National Vice Chairman, Southeast and Secretary of the National Burial Committee, inviting the civil senators to the night of tributes in honor of late Dr. Ifeanyi. The event will take place as follows. 18th day of November 2024, 5 p.m. at NAV Conference Center and Suites, Block 496, Amadu Bello Way, Abuja. Then, of course, the schedule of the burial and funeral arrangements will be forwarded to all distinguished senators. May so continue to rest in peace. Any petitions? Any petitions? Yes. Distinguished Senator Cyril Fassi.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I have with me 2 petitions sent to my office as the Chairman, Senate Committee on Establishment and Public Service. I have with me 2 petitions sent to me as the Chairman, Senate Committee on Establishment and Public Service. May we please choose for me to go ahead with the petition. Okay. The first one is from Hussein Adam, who has petitioned the office of the Head of Service for delay in payment of late Abiyu Adamu's group life insurance benefits since 2016. The second one is also from The second one is also from one Adeola, who has not who has written a petition for passionate appeal for proper placement, because she claimed in the last 20 years she has not been promoted and she has been on grade level.
So I'm going to put petition.
Yes, for 20 years. The two petitions are clear of any litigation, and may he please, the Senate President, distinguished colleagues, for me to lay the two petitions before you, sir.
Please proceed to lay the petition.
Thank you, sir.
The two petitions are hereby referred to the Committee on Ethics, Code of Conduct, and Public Petitions to report back to the Senate in 2 weeks. Yes, point of order, Senator Goje.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come on 42. Where is it?
Order.
42.
You may read.
By the indulgence of the Senate and the leave of the President of the Senate, a senator may make personal explanation, although there has been no question before the Senate. But no controversial matter may be brought forward, nor may debate arise with explanation. The terms of the proposed settlement shall be submitted and repeated to the President of the Senate when his leave to make it is sought. Mr. President, I want to come and take advantage of this order to put special appreciation following the wedding fatia of my daughter,
It's okay. The two Senator Nigel Agote had actually approached me and mentioned that they needed to appreciate his colleagues in a special way during this session. And of course, in line with Order 42, if it's the view of the Senate that they be allowed to continue, those who support say aye, those against say nay. The ayes have it. The Senate will continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Mohamed Mokoje, President of the Central Gombe State. Mr. President, I stand to make special appreciation on behalf of myself, members of my family, following the successful wedding fatia of my daughter, Fauziya Danju Mokoje, which took place last week, Friday, at the National Mosque. During the ceremony, Mr. President, we are honored with the presence of very, very, very important personalities across the country. I will start, obviously, by acknowledging and appreciating the physical presence of His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was there personally and also agreed to really be the wali of the daughter, of my daughter. He delegated the Speaker of the House of Reps, Right Honorable Tajun Abbas, to do the traditional normally siga. Mr. President, it's an honor done to me, done to my family, and I think done to this Senate for His Excellency to take time off in spite of the very tight schedule being the president of this country and to personally participate in this marriage. And I felt that he needs special commendation and appreciation. And we pray to Almighty Allah to continue to give him long life, good health, wisdom, and guidance to continue to provide good leadership to this country. We thank you very much, and may God bless him and very abundantly. But I think that marriage was also blessed with many other important personalities, like the former Vice President, His Excellency Atiku Abubakar was there, Madam. And of course, you are good sir, Mr. President. You are physically there. If I was to postpone my journey to a neighboring country, Ghana, for this marriage, and you are there. You are supported by His Excellency, your Deputy Senator Baloy Jibril, and I felt it's an honor that you never forget. For you to be there, the deputy to be there, and of course, the Right Honorable Speaker of the House of Reps, Right Honorable Hadjin Abbas was also physically there. And of course, the last time out from a primary course was in the Senate and House of Reps. It was overwhelming, and I have no words to express my appreciation except to say, may God reward all of you abundantly. Mr. President, that marriage affected other important personalities that I need to mention briefly, like His Excellency, the chairman of a great party, APC, was there physically. His Excellency Alhaji Abdullahi Umar Ganduje and his predecessor, Senator Abdullahi Adam, was also physically there. A lot of governments across the country were there, in particular my governor, the governor of Gombe State, the governor of Bauchi State, the governor of Yobe State, the governor of Kaduna State, and the governor of Katsina State, as well as the deputy governors of Borno and Sokoto, who are there. And my former colleagues, former governors, so many of them that cannot be mentioned individually, and former members of the National Assembly, both senators and reps, who are there in large number, Mr. President. Of course, the immediate the President, the Chief of Staff, as well as the National Security Advisor, Madam Mubadu, were also there. And we have also very important people like the former Secretary of Government, Mr. Babakar Kingibe, and of course, Alhaji Mahmoud Yahya Ahmed was there. So many serving ministers were there. And so many members of the state, former members of the State Assembly and Serving were there, members of the political corps, traditional rulers, the chief imam, of course, the chief imams of the Shia Mosque, and other religious leaders, health agencies and departments, of course, captain agency, security agencies, and members of the press, in fact. And so many people that are impossible to mention individually. Mr. President, all these people, and course, general public, on behalf of myself, once my members of my family, I wish to say a very, very big thank you to all of you, and may God bless us all. I thank you. It is an honor, Mr. President, to be given this kind of wonderful attendance at the marriage ceremony of my daughter. I thank you very much. And I want to thank you, my person in particular. A lot of you, almost, I don't want to give a number, but a lot, who are physically there. And those who are not even there, sending prayers and messages of goodwill to me. I thank all of you, and may God bless all of us. Mr. President, my thank you all of you. I want this opportunity to talk on one issue, Mr. President. The issue of the continued blackout
Let me respond to you. Let me your message of appreciation. Since such a wonderful oration, such a wonderful appreciation from a very wonderful heart. I personally witnessed it, and my colleagues here, more than 70% of them were also there to witness the occasion. And the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, as well as Tinubu GCFR, also attended the occasion. And he did not only attend the occasion, just to honor you, by implication he honored the Senate. So we also share in your prayers that God will continue to grant him wisdom and good health and the heart of compassion to continue to run the affairs of the nation. Let me join you to also thank my colleagues who were there, and also thank those who were able to make it to the civil senator Tony Williams' father's burial in their numbers, all the way in Sube in Anambra State. By the soul of your late father, rest in peace. But it is what it should be in my family. And I had to delay seriously my flight time to be able to attend the occasion personally. I was in the mosque also, and I prayed in the mosque, and the social media went above. So, and then of course, I like it because both the Christians and the Muslims, they worship only one God, the Almighty God, the only person, and the all-knowing God. So congratulations once again, and note that the entire country honored your family, and our prayer is that that marriage should remain fruitful, and that marriage should produce children that will come to take over leadership from us when we are no more. Congratulations, and thank you for thanking all of us.
Mr. President, very distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the first business of the day is the presentation of an executive bill standing in my name on the Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill 2024 SB 583. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill 2024, SB 583, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Joint Revenue Board Establishment Bill 2024, SB 583, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the second business of the day is the presentation of an executive bill also standing in my name on the Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Bill 2024 SB 584. Mr. President, you may wish to invite the Clerk of the Senate to read the short title.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Bill 2024, SB 584, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Bill 2024, SB 584, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the third business of the day is the presentation of an executive bill standing in my name on the Nigerian Tax Administration Bill 2024 SB 585. Mr. President, may we to invite the clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Nigeria Tax Administration Bill 2024, SB 585, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Nigeria Tax Administration Bill 2024, SB 585, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the fourth business of the day is the presentation of an executive bill standing in my name on the Nigeria Tax Bill 2024 SB 586. Mr. President, may we to invite the clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Nigeria Tax Bill 2024, SB 586, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Nigeria Tax Bill 2024, SB 586, first reading taken. Clerk of the Senate. Yes. Leader of the Senate. Clerk, please approach.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, the fifth business of the day is the presentation of the bill standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Yao Sahabi Alhaji on the University Teaching Hospitals Reconstitution of Boards, etc. Act Amendment Bill 2024, SB 634. Mr. President, may we to invite the clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
Clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, University Teaching Hospitals Reconstitution of Boards etc. Act Amendment Bill 2024, SB 634, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, University Teaching Hospitals Reconstitution of Boards Act Amendment Bill 2024, SB 634, first reading taken. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the sixth business of the day is the presentation of a bill standing in the name of most distinguished Senator Hussein Babangida Uba on the Federal Universities of Technology Act Amendment Bill 2024 SB 635. Mr. President, may we to invite the clerk of the Senate to read the short title of the bill.
The clerk of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished senators, Federal Universities of Technology Act Amendment Bill 2024, SB 635, first reading.
Distinguished colleagues, Federal Universities of Technology Act Amendment Bill 2024, SB 635, first reading taken. The distinguished senator voted. I know you are doing consultations. But let me say, I noted that you had not finished when I jumped in. So you may wish to complete.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this special opportunity to express my concern and the concern of millions of Northerners who have been suffering for the last 9 or 10 days without electricity.
Okay. Don't worry. Now I know where you're going.
Yeah, I'm going.
See, that is another point of order. Because if you look at where you came from,
I'm not asking for debate. No, I'm trying to make personal.
You are one of the ancestors here. So I will say that long. You came from that order 42, and order 42 says, if I may remind you, it says that no controversial matter may be brought forward, nor may any debate arise upon the explanation. And the explanation was on the beautiful wedding of your daughter. And we had taken it, you thanked us. But this one you are mentioning, I need to let you know.
It's not controversial.
I know.
It's not for debate.
No. It means that you have not finished your own when you jumped into it.
I am continuing with my explanation.
But let me talk about 42. Okay. Since there is no need for debate, let me mention that I took this issue up yesterday with the president and with the deputy senate president and I assure you that we were assured that within 3 days, starting from yesterday, that life will be restored, that the collapse grid will be life will be restored to the rule of northern Nigeria. So it's something that we were very concerned, and the deputy senate president spoke about it yesterday.
It's not too much to talk on this issue because it's unprecedented, and we pray to God that it will never happen again.
Yeah, we know that. You know,
for about 17 states still without light.
You know, it's never happened for about 10 days. Let me mention that sometimes there was a precedent. There was a time that we had this kind of issue in Borno State, when vandals and militants were cutting our pipe, our transmission lines, and all that. So for me, I believe strongly that since repair work is ongoing, very soon, the line, it is not going very soon. We are sure that in 2-3 days that the line will be restored. The deputy senate president used to about yesterday. Please, can you?
Yes, yesterday when we were at the villa for an event.
That was emblem launch.
Exactly. I took time to explain that since the beginning of the stoppage of the supply in the northern part of the country, that the leadership has been talking to the stakeholders involved. We have spoken to the TCN managing director, who told us about the situation that Islamic State or some terrorists, vandalize the grid, and the fact that they occupied that area, there was a need for the security to get prepared to go there, and they were prepared, and it was a security issue. Otherwise, they might go there the same day and get it repaired, but they had to get the security involved, and they are heavily armed to the teeth. So, and that's why it has taken time to get something, a kind of repaired. And the president, I said here that the president is on top of the situation. He has given directive to TCN and the military, and the army, the air force, to get involved and flush out those bandits there. So it was something that the leadership is involved. And thank God, they are now able to have access to the area, and they are now doing the repairs. So I explained that before yesterday.
I am aware that they will have security concerns, and the chairman of Power, together with the Minister of Power, and all the MDs of power-related agencies in the country, address the issue. The Civil Senator available. Yes, you may wish to put a little bit of light on it.
Information, Mr. President. My name is Oyinaya Baribe. Yesterday, the Senate engaged with the Minister of Power and all associated agencies on this matter. And we came to some very fruitful conclusions, and the report will be laid on this floor on Tuesday next week.
Leader of the Senate. You are satisfied now? Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, very distinguished senators. Mr. President, I rise first to move a motion on the need for us to step down the other items that we have on the order paper for today, and specifically, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the first order of the day as well as the second order of the day, so that we can go straight to what would have been the third order of the day, which is the confirmation of nominations of ministerial nominees sent to this hallowed chamber by Mr. President. So, Mr. President, in order for us to have enough time to be able to take this item, I move that we step down the other items on the other paper for today. I so move, Mr. President.
Really, there are not many. They are just looking at the constitution of bills, 1, 2, and then the third one is just the concurrence. So those three have to be stepped down. The enable us concentrate on the ministerial nominees. Minority leader, do you know what we are stepping down as you are about to second? So much comedy. They are not going to listen to this. What I can do, we are giving a motion to step down. Yes, these are the others of the day, 1 and 2, and then the last bill for concurrence. Just 3 items, so that we can concentrate down on the confirmation of nominations of the would-be ministers for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So he's asking that you second that motion.
All right, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to support the motion that the Senate suspends all other items of the other paper, wherever the Senate concentrate on the screening and possible confirmation of our ministerial nominees. I so second.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that all the other 3 items be stepped down to enable us to concentrate on the screening and possible confirmation of the ministerial nominees of Mr. President. Those in support of the motion as moved and seconded, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Yes, Sergeant at Arms. Be on standby. Leader of the Senate, move the normal motion.
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, may I now move a motion requesting the Senate to consider the request of Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief for the confirmation of the nominations of the following persons as listed on the order paper. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, Dr. Mentawe Iwanda, Muhammadu Megari Igiadi, Bianca Odinaka Ojukwu, Right Honorable Yusuf Abdullahi Atta, Idi Mukhtar Maiha, Dr. Jumoke Oyewole, Suwaiba Saeed Ahmad, PhD, for appointment as ministers of the government of the Federation in accordance with Section 147 sub 2 of the 1999 Constitution as altered. Mr. President, distinguished senators, in order to carry out this exercise in conformity with our standing order 12 of floor privileges, I will move a motion that the Senate duly admits the Special Advisor to the President of National Assembly Matters, the nominees, and their family members, and other government officials accompanying them into the Senate chamber as strangers. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. President, I support the motion that the Senate do allow strangers into the chambers for the purpose of screening the ministerial candidates. I so second.
A motion has been moved by the leader of the Senate and seconded by the minority leader. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Their seats. The civil senators, please resume their seats.
Ladies, can we move a motion that will be voted in committee of the whole?
Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that the Senate will restore to the Committee of the Whole to conduct the confirmation hearing. I so move, Mr. President.
The minority leader, can you second the motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. I second the motion that the Senate resolve to the Committee of the Whole in order to confirm, start the hearing of the ministerial spirit.
Those in favor of the motion as moved by the Senate leader and seconded by the House leader, please say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
Dr. Nentawe Wada. Now, Senator Lalong, did the chair get it right?
Yes, you got it right this time.
I got it right this time. I'm improving. So please take the stage. Dr. Nentawe, it is not the practice of the parent for you to do your asset declaration to us. You should just bring us acknowledgement copy only. Your asset declaration is between you and the code of conduct. So I'll be returning this to you. You can have it, and I hope you will go ahead. Sergeant I will withdraw all his asset declaration, which means you don't have the acknowledgement copy, do you? It's not here.
Last page.
Yes. This is all we need. We don't need your asset declaration form. We need only the acknowledgement. So they're along. So always educate them on your loyalty is not a doubt. Noted by the chair. Now, Doctor, welcome to the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Feel free to have interaction with leaders, and let's start by giving us a brief summary of yourself. And now that we even have an idea of where you are going to be posted to, you will definitely answer a few questions from the civil senators on what you are bringing to the table based on your wealth of academic experience. So, you have a few minutes.
The President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, His Excellency, Senator Godfrey Abadia, DC Oil, the Deputy Senate President, His Excellency, Senator Barrow, CFR, the other officers of the Senate, the distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let me recognize in specific my senators. Senator Simon Bakolaro, representing the Plateau South, my own senator from the Central Group, Senator Ketland, who happened just my senator alone, was my head boy in secondary school. And then the senator representing the Northern Zone, Senator Simon Mwakwa. Thank you, distinguished senators, for giving for this opportunity for me to interact. I give a brief about myself. I'm a son of the tribe. I was born to make Toma Iwala in a community little village called Hong in Kanke local government of Plateau State. Because of father profession, we travel across many states. We live in Plateau State. I spent some time in Yobe and Borno State with my father. So I traveled across different states, but tied to school in Plateau State Primary 6. Secondary school in Boys to Gateway, my university in Macaulay, first degree. The university retired me as a lecturer in the university after graduation because I was among the best students. So I was retained by the university as a lecturer. My master's PhD in Bauchi, my PhD at Suka. University of Nigeria. The university retained me as a lecturer in my 20s. But I had the opportunity of becoming a director in my early 30s in the university. And the minority leader, distinguished senator, I worked under him when we traveled of the university governing council. When I was appointed the director in the university. I was director of high school university. I was at the university in several platforms. I worked with the AUC on several programs, and my CV will tell you how much I've worked with international partners, development partners, and the opportunity to also work across the country. What will give us that opportunity of working with all the field between 8 offices in the South, South, and Southeast? I've done all the local governments in those communities, and interacted with several other international bodies. But let me summarize this way. The opportunity of working across different states gave me the responsibility of acknowledging the diversity of Nigeria and the inclusivity in the country. I work as in Yobe, where I spent most of my years. I was minority by tribe, minority by religion, but inclusive by the community I live in. My father, being a pastor, was having the best friend of his as the chief imam of the community. And he called my father the man of Islam in Hausa. Simply means the leader of the same community. So that was the community I lived in and I grew in. So I lived knowing that Nigeria needs diversity, it lives in a diverse community. In many ways, I also work as lecturer. I was connected by tribe. But at the youngest age of 32, 33, which is the youngest ever in National University, I was very director. Which means that when we being a productive community, get in the room to exhibit all the culture of my talents and exhibit what will suppress the appointed 2017 as an INEC commissioner. As an INEC commissioner, I served in Plenary State. Another feature of conducting elections in several states, especially when there are difficult election opportunities, I was sent already in many states. I was involved in elections in states like Osun, like Ondo, like Edo, and several other elections that I was involved in. I resigned from INEC and went to act politics in 2021. Contested for the governor of Plateau State in 2023 election, and here am I before the Senate and before Nigeria to serve in a different platform. Thank you.
Before I entertain interaction and questions from distinguished senators, I'd like to acknowledge with pride the presence of our colleagues from the House of Representatives who accompany some of the nominees to the chambers. And please just rise and take a bow. I saw you, so I believe that you must accord with others. Yes, welcome to the red chambers. Yes, we are the ones that normally visit you in green chambers, so now it's the reverse. You are welcome. Please sit down. We thank you for coming. Now the nominee has touched on a very sensitive topic. Are you the one that conducted the 2020 election that brought Obaseki into office?
Yes,
Are you very proud that out of 24 members of the House of Assembly that you declared that Obaseki chose to work with only 10 members for 8 years? Are you very proud of that?
Excellency, that's not the role of INEC. The role of INEC ends on the day of the election. Once the elections are met, any other thing is not done.
Well, it's not the role of INEC, but my belief strongly is that while a doctor's mistake is buried underground, the architect's own lies forever. So you're welcome to the Senate.
Thank you.
My colleagues will ask you questions. I have no observation. But just noting from what you said that you were the one who conducted 2020 elections in those states. So I welcome you. Ababodo, what is your own? Did he mention you? I thought you allow others to speak first. You know him? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. It is my privilege and honor to take the first shot at our nominee from Plateau State. Mr. President, if you look at the resume and the pronouncement of the gentleman that is standing before you, I've known him and come across him in very many ways, both in academia and in politics. But I do know that in Benue State where he served, first set of the best persons that were elected in the new dispensation was local government chairman, and I was one of them. And I can attest to the credibility, the transparency with which he carried out that assignment. And so I can attest to the fact that in Benue State, where he served as the electoral commissioner, we held him in very high esteem because he was very, very independent. And then, Mr. President, when I was appointed chairman of the government council of the University of Agriculture, pro-chancellor, I came across the young man again. And again, outstandingly, like he said, at a very small age, he became the director and developed one of the digital solutions that we had in the university at that time. And because of my nature, I had some issues with very conservative elements in the university. But he proved to be one of the very pragmatic and very progressive elements in that university. And so I'm actually not surprised that he has been appointed today to become the Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you.
I urge my colleagues, based on his antecedents, to spend him the time so that he can go and settle down and hit the ground running.
So, in other words, you have no question for him. Senator Lalong. Senator Lalong. Yes. Ababolo has no question. You have any question for him?
Mr. President, my name is Samuel Lalong, representing the good people of Plateau South. Mr. President, honestly, I felt very honored and indebted to this Senate, especially to Mr. President, and also the comment by my leader from the North Central, Abambo. This is a candidate that was also recommended as a rep of Benue State. After that, voluntarily resigned and became the candidate who would have been the governor of Plateau State by now. But today, before the Senate, I recall that Mr. President did a level of effort when I left to the Senate and the vacuum, and you also helped in persuading Mr. President to get a nomination for Plateau State. And this nomination again is no other person than the candidate that is here with his resume that is displayed. My own is on behalf of the good people of Plateau State. I don't want to stop because Dickett will want to speak. And that should also want to make a comment. That the three of us have unanimously agreed that this is the best time, the best candidate for this best people to be the minister to represent the good people of Plateau State. So we thank Mr. President and all the distinguished senators that will give him accelerated approval to immediately move him to help Mr. President in that very, I would say, good and also military. The one humanitarian requires a lot of intelligence, requires a lot of industry. So I thank you, Mr. President, for this great opportunity and then the solidarity.
It's okay. You can sit down. So, in other words, you have no question for the nominee. But all you let the people who know him from Plateau say something first, so that we can now proceed to ask him questions. Distinguished Senator Dike Plan.
The President of the Senate and the Chairman of the National Assembly, distinguished colleagues, once more I am Senator Dike Plan, Senator representing Plateau Central. I rise again to support what my leader, Senator Lalong, and the minority leader from Benue Plateau has spoken. But I rise because the candidate is from my constituency. I would add voice to what Senator Ladong has said in thanking Mr. President for the choice of Dr. Nentawe and then desiring to send him to the committee, the Senate, the Ministry of Humanitarian Service and Poverty Alleviation. I see it as a round peg in a round hole. I know Nentawe, when we were young, went to the center, and Nentawe does not change. He remains the original Nentawe we knew when we were small, despite all achievements he has made in life. He has been for the masses. In fact, in his work, we lean on him to get to the grassroots. And if today the president decides that he is sending to the Ministry of Humanitarian Service, I feel
is a round peg in a round hole, because that is a ministry that needs someone who is compassionate. The entire way is compassionate. It's a ministry too that engulfs the entire country, and it needs a man with vision. The entire way is visionary. It is a ministry that needs data analysis. The entire way is data, and data is the entire way. It's a ministry that needs someone who is healthy and strong. This man is healthy and strong. I thank Mr. President and I thank my colleagues, because I know that by the time he is confirmed, I am sure that as senators representing Nigeria, the 109 constituency, will be pleased with this appointment. I thank you all, and I know that after this, we will give him an accelerated confirmation, and I am sure we will see results. Thank you, Mr. President, and my colleagues.
Distinguished Senator Pam.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to speak on a very sensitive issue, particularly on a nominee that comes from my state. I am Senator Pam Kondachungyan, representing the glorious people of Plateau North. Though the nominee mistakenly make a wrong pronunciation of my name, I will forgive him because he has come here with a very good anxiety. My name is not Simon Makon, but my name is Pam Kondachungyan. Sir, this young man, as I know him, he possesses a very rich credentials. From a younger age, as the CV portrays, he is a professor of digital systems and an engineer by excellence. If you go through deeply, sir, distinguished colleagues, and look at his CV, his personal data is rich. And in page 2, you look at his consultancy services that cuts across all sectors of life. In page 5, his working experiences showcases that he started from the university and worked as an INEC commissioner. In page 8, his educational qualifications shows that he is a trained and a membership of various disciplines. And in page 9, he has 24 publications in Zikiti. And page 12, his referees shows that he's a man of the people. Mr. President, we are very grateful to the President of the Federation. We have given Plateau State somebody that will work for the nation. And I'm happy because all of us here, having he spoken, we know that somebody has said something, and the position or the portfolio that has been assigned to, it's a place that requires serious people with serious minds, and he's qualified for this. And I'm asking the colleagues, my colleagues here, to give him an accelerated confirmation so that he can keep the ball rolling while he's a family confirmed. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we are through with the honors of the minister. We are now going to the fireworks. Is there anybody that has a question for the nominee? That's where it should be. Let's start from the majority party. Let's start from the right hand side. Let's start from the. Let's start. I'll give an opportunity to all my bosses. Let's start from my first boss, Senator Sadiq. We just move from there straight like this.
My distinguished colleagues, I am Sadiq Suleiman Kumar. I represent Kwara North. Professor Nataru, well, your CV spoke clearly and you also represent yourself. And we heard from your head where you've been very consistent since you are young. And luckily, I think I've met you too, and I think you're a gentleman, smart, and humble. However, you are going to the humanitarian ministry. Today, the data is that 40% of Nigerians are living below poverty. And it's also worse than that. When you look at multidimensional poverty index, about 63% are also below that index. Thank God you are an engineer, ICT savvy, but you are aware that
for years, subsequent governments have spent billions of naira to alleviate poverty. Billions and billions. The challenge has always been how will this money get to those intended without getting it lost? Will you tell us how you are going to use your experience to make sure that federal government money that will be under your care in the ministry will get to the people that need it? Thank you.
So just write down the question. This other one is that it just asks you how the federal government money will reach the most vulnerable and the poorest of the poor in our society. Distinguished Senator Shehu Boba.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing this. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Shehu Umar, representing Bauchi South. Mr. President, I rise to add my own voice on the nominee, Professor Ntawe. I congratulate you as a nominee, Mr. President. Mine is not a question per se. I want to make my own conclusion, Mr. President, because the nominee, he is coming from Plateau State, Panchim local government to be specific, and we are sharing borders. We are neighbors. My own constituent Bauchi South, and we have a lot in common. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I know the nominee for over 25 years. He was born in Plateau State, but I can tell you he was brought up in Bauchi State. I know him as a decentralized Nigerian, down to earth, and a very respected personality. I believe, Mr. President, have gotten the right choice for this position. I am standing to support the confirmation of the nominee. I therefore aligned my own position with the position of the distinguished three senators from Plateau State, Senator Lalong, Ticket Plan, and my brother, Senator Marco, for calling on my distinguished colleagues to fasten the confirmation of this gentleman. I therefore call on my colleagues to support the nominee of Mr. Ntawe. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, the distinguished Senator Shehu Boba Omar, I actually wanted us to go into questions. So if anybody has no question, there will be no need to speak. But distinguished Senator Ndume, you may wish to ask your question.
On the microphone. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, and the nominee, I would like to start by congratulating you. You are I think, the third minister to be nominated. The first one was a lady, the second one also was a lady. And as far as it is now, your ministry is the most important because 70% or 60% of Nigerians are living below poverty level. And the federal government deliberately have been making effort allocating huge sums of money to address the humanitarian crisis. And you are also coming at a time when the whole world organizations that are in charge of humanitarian issues are concerned about the escalating humanitarian crisis in the country. And this is not because the government is not doing anything, but because it is not getting down to those that are affected. know the circumstance that led to the relief of their predecessor. My question now is, as the first man to be appointed to that ministry, what will you do as case of emergency to make sure that the humanitarian crisis we are seeing, we are facing, we are likely to face more, should be done? Unfortunately, you are ICT persons. Today's world, if we are serious, or let me say we are serious, we can start seeing the impact when you settle down. So how do you intend to do that? That will give us a lot of comfort if we get a good answer from you. Thank you, Mr. President.
The nominee, you may attempt to answer before we go to this side.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me start with a question from Senator Sadiq Suleiman from Kwara. He asks, how did this money being voted by the Senate, the National Assembly, we get to the vulnerable across the country? Let me start this way. After my appointment, I received calls from several people, and everyone that called me keep on sharing concern that with this level of poverty, and also with a new framework in the economic policies of the country, the reforms that are having, they keep on asking me, can you resolve the issue of poverty across the country? And I said, the issue of poverty reduction is a wholesome challenge that involves almost everybody, from National Assembly to several agencies, government agencies, private sector, development partners, and other people that will be involved. But this is what I will do that maybe we can add a little bit of effort to the fight. I know that already there are states that are taken by government, and there are also states that are taken by the ministry. It's streamlining and ensuring they have a register of poor people. That's the data. And once we want to address any issue in the 21st century, the first thing we do is we get data. Because data is a key in resolving challenges in the 21st century. And this is what we may do as a country or as a ministry if given the opportunity. First is to work with agents that we need the data from them. And the first thing we do is, if given the opportunity, because one is INEC, we work with the National Population Commission in getting the geospatial data of Nigeria. And if you look at the NPC delimitation, it delineated Nigeria into the six geographical zones. That's 6 states plus Abuja, making that 7. The 7 are in the 4 local government, then the wards, and in the wards, it goes further and make the wards into what they call enumeration areas. And enumeration areas become the smallest unity that they use in distribution, in dispersing facilities. And that was what INEC has been using in aggregating that data before what they call pulling it to ward to local government to state, and then to the country. And the same thing that was doing in poverty alleviation, because you must get the map of the country from National Population Commission, get innovation areas across all wards, and then get the geospatial data of all people distributed across the country. Now, and that will also involve going back to the data of the country. And if you look at the data that we have, we say 65% of poor people live in the north, and then 35% live in the south. That's 86 million people in the north are poor, while 47 people in the south are poor. But we must go further than that. Distribute these people by state, distribute these people by local government, distribute these people by immigration areas. And once we do by what? what the enumeration areas. And by enumeration areas, then you know how people are in that community, how people are poor. And then when they're sharing materials, you cannot distribute the materials not going to the state. You can't say you're selling 10,000 bags of rice to Plateau. No. You're selling 10,000 bags of rice to Plateau. So number will go to the central government. So number will go to the local government. So number will go to a ward. So number will go to an enumeration area based on the level of poverty. Now, because most time with statistics, because there's no just partial distribution of the poor people, you can't even determine how people are actually captured in your own sectoral zone, or in your own ward, or your own community. But by just doing this alone, we cannot distribute materials to the last mile in the country. And that will help in getting data, we're getting the dashboard. The dashboard will be put to the Senate, to the House of Rep, to the project authority, that to the legislative partners, to the whole country. And the visibility will bring transparency, will bring also the distribution of material across the people down to the last mile. I think that would be the easiest way that we can, can ensure that everybody in the country that needs to get a real material get it. And that will also help the senators, the House of Rep, for the oversight portion, make it very easy for them because it's dashboard for them to check, and they can make confirmation in the communities coming and in the rural community. And that will help us as a country to fast track the process of ensuring that we get materials to people as fast as possible. That's the first by ensuring that we have different technology in that different technology in distribution of the materials to the forest of the poor.
Senator Ningi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Senator Abdul Lingi, and I represent Bauchi Central, Bauchi State. Mr. Chairman, let me join you in welcoming my younger brother, Prof, and members of the House and his delegation to the chamber, the Senate Chamber of the National Assembly. Without any doubt, he has said it himself. His father is a well-known name across Bauchi State and Plateau State. The issue, one of the global trending issues at this moment is the issue of artificial intelligence. And looking at your background, Prof, what's your take about artificial intelligence? And how does paying attention to the issue of artificial intelligence benefits Nigeria? That's my question.
Distinguished colleagues, the most important thing is for us to determine the suitability of this candidate to be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And even from all the comments, and if he's here to lecture us, we may not finish today. Is it the view of the Senate that he be allowed to take a power and go? Those who support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prof, you may take a bow.
No clapping in the Senate, please. No clapping. Clap, but no clap. No clapping.
Right, Honorable. See you. Muhammadu Maigari Digingari, call the next nominee.
Chairman, they brought a scientist. They brought a scientist. And, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because he has traveled, the guy has traveled. So they are saying,
The nominee will just summarize your name and summarize your resume before Nigerians. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. The President of the Senate and Chairman National Assembly, Your Excellency Senator Godfrey Akpabio, DCON, the Deputy Senate President, His Excellency Senator Barron Green, CFR, my very important friend and brother, Your Excellency, I need to say that he has done very well to us in the Ninth Senate. He is a member of the family of the police. Principal officers of the Senate, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Therefore, Mr. Excellency, I want to particularly recognize my leader, distinguished Senator Ali Magati Kadawamo, Senator representing Sokoto Central. I also want to recognize, in particular, the senator from my zone, Sokoto Central, Sokoto South Electoral District, His Excellency Aminu Waziri Tambol. My brother and friend, distinguished Senator Ibrahim Lamino, representing Sokoto East Electoral District. Excellency, sir, permit me quickly to give special recognition to my brother senators from my neighboring states of Kebbi and Zamfara, as well as my friend and brother, my classmate, distinguished Senator Andrew Mokoti, who are all here present. Let me also recognize members of my delegation who are being heavily led by the leader of the House of Representatives who are here with us. Yes, let me first give glory to Almighty Allah who has given me this wonderful opportunity to once again stand here in this very hallowed chamber before Your Excellency.
I want to especially thank Mr. President for giving me this opportunity to once again serve my dear country. I want to assure all Nigerians that we will do our best to ensure that we align with the ideals and aspirations of Mr. President so that together we move this country forward. I want to specifically thank my governor, His Excellency Ahmed Ali Sokoto, for supporting me, for finding me worthy for the recognition and recommending me for this appointment. I thank His Excellency and I thank all the distinguished senators who are here. And I want to say thank you and God bless.
Yes, the nominee, we note that in your resume, you also included your code of conduct. Sergeant at Arms, please go around and collect all the resumes and extract the code of conduct. This is Senator Lado. All we need here is just the acknowledgement. We don't need to know his properties or his bank accounts. So his code of conduct form should never be attached. So all of them, if they have attached their code of conduct form, tear out the code of conduct forms and return to them. We don't need the code of conduct forms. So let me hear first from Senator. No, the former governor of Sokoto State, my brother Sokwato. Senator Wamako. No, before you. No, just a second. Senator, Senator, I will come to your point of order. But let me hear from Senator Wamako. Please, up.
Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I'm highly honored to comment about the nominee to us, who is my childhood friend, who I know 70 years ago, who like that. 70 years. One was just about 2 years with me, so not even before you go to primary school. So, President, the young man before the gentleman before you, that the great Njagi, the cousin in primary school, secondary work together in government, public interest, before you became straight to government and became district governor. And then later on, when I became governor, he also became minister. So many things that happened in our lifetime. Mr. President, I want to quickly talk about this gentleman. What I must is that he had the required patience to serve in the high ministry. He is a top negotiator. I know he was in the government, he had spent so many this was level, narrated matters through his career until summer. So I'm confident that we are going to be very proud of the nation of why he aside. That's what the whole matter about I would say. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Distinguished Senator Sabi, yeah, you mentioned point of order.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, I want to come under Order 42. If you permit me.
Order 42, yes, the clerk. Order 42, you may read.
By the indulgence of the Senate and the leave of the President of the Senate, the Senator will make a personal explanation, although there may be no question before the Senate. But no controversial matter may be brought forward for none may be debate arise upon the explanation.
Yeah, noted.
Sir.
Noted, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir, Mr. President. To talk of the person before us, who is a former minister of the Federal Republic, immediate past former minister, who was fortunate enough to be the only person that has been returned from those ministers that were appointed. The second, I have been corrected, the second. And for that reason, I think he was once here, he underwent a serious, rigorous screening, and I believe he's somebody that is competent. I have ever worked with him in this former testing service. He was someone who rose through the ranks to become what he is today. It's very, very gentle, not that you can vouch for his behaviors. I therefore think, Mr. President, this place is a serious chamber. We should allow
What is the
bow and go.
But our brother Muhammadu Maigari Digingari, Digingari, Katukan, Katukan Sokoto, your second missionary journey. Yeah, we have record in the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that we have had cause to screen you thoroughly and found you worthy to be a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are even surprised that you served diligently, and then Mr. President has looked at your record and decided to return you as a minister. You were here in 2019, and you were screened by the Senate. You served as a minister, and you have been returned again today. So I don't know what new we are going to ask you, but all we can say is that based on the prevailing economic circumstances, what are the new innovations you think you add to your portfolio now that you are coming in? After that, you take a bow and then you can go.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is a great opportunity that I have been asked to say one or two things about the ministry that I'm going to join. Your Excellency, I have not gone to the ministry, but from the resume of my CV here, you will see that I have served as a permanent secretary of about 10 ministries. And these ministries, I have served in 4 ministries, particularly Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, and Ministry of Establishment, where you deal with labor organizations, labor unions, and I had the opportunity of serving as a chairman, state negotiating council government side, and we dealt on a lot of issues related to labor matters. So this is not the first time I'm coming here to give my contribution on harmonious relationship between government and labor. I know what it takes to negotiate and to do it patiently and to listen to our friends from the other side. What is most important is to ensure that we motivate them, we listen to them, and we try to carry them along. I'm ready to do this, provided I have the support and cooperation of this Halluk Chamber, because it's all about need on one thing or the other. And we can only get this through this Halluk Chamber. I want to say I'm ready, I will be willing to take everybody along and to serve this country to the best of our ability. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So you will employ a system of administration by proper education of the labor and the populace, so that they will understand government policies and then they will key into it. You will consult with them, you will carry them along. It's something, it's a terrain you are familiar with. Having served as a permanent secretary for almost 10 years and having served as a minister of the Federal Republic, is it the view of the Senate that this nominee be allowed to take a bow and go? Yes. Those in support say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. You may take a bow. Next nominee. Distinguished colleagues, we have before us a very elegant stallion, a well-known personality across the nation, and today a nominee for the office of Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mrs. Bianca Ojukwu. You may just proceed to Ambassador, actually, Her Excellency, Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu. You can summarize your resume and then probably answer one or two questions from distinguished senators. You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. The President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, His Excellency Senator Godswill Abadio, GCON, the Deputy Senate President, His Excellency Senator Barral, Green CFR, Principal Officers of the Senate, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my senator, the senator representing Anambra South, who tragically passed away not too long ago, the very dynamic Senator Patrick Ifeanyi, who we continue to mourn and who is yet to be buried. May his soul rest in peace. The distinguished senator representing Anambra Central, my brother, Senator Victor Ume, the distinguished senator representing Anambra North, my brother, Senator Tony Oye. I cannot fail to mention my senator, Senator Osita Nubu, and of course, Senator Enya Baribe of the All Progressives, Grand Alliance. I would like to start today by giving a brief introduction of myself. I am the sixth child, a family of 8. My father, the late Chief Christian Ono, and my mother, Mrs. Carol Ono, who was a college principal. I was a devoted daughter to both, and a humble wife of the late King Chukwuemeka. I'm a lawyer by training, and I grew up in a rural village called Subo. I was born in England. It was, I would say, one of the best experiences of my life. Because, of course, when you live in the village, it affords you a wonderful opportunity to really get close to the earth and to understand the values that really matter in any society. My elementary school was at Ekulu Primary School, and then I went to Queen's High School, after which I transited to Upward School in Pontefract, West Yorkshire, in the United Kingdom. And from there, I went to Cambridge Tutorial College, St. Andrews College for my advanced levels, the University of Buckingham, where I commenced a 3 combined honors in politics, economics, and law, and then subsequently transferred to the University of Nigeria, where I obtained my law degree and law school, and a lawyer by training. And of course, I am a mother of 3 wonderful children. In public service, I served as senior special assistant to the president of Diaspora Matters, after which I served as Nigeria's ambassador to the Kingdom of Spain and Nigeria's permanent representative to the United Nations World Tourism Organization. These platforms offer me an invaluable opportunity to engage in effective diplomatic arrangements to really get a sense of what it means to interface between your government and your host country, host communities, and of course, as ambassador to the Kingdom of Spain, I was able to do that most effectively by presenting strategic platforms for engagement between Spain and Nigeria. And I am honored to say that in the course of my service, I was honored with the award of Africa's most outstanding ambassador, which was a vote conducted by the prestigious Dutch magazine called The Voice. And of course, El Mundo Diplomatico, which is a platform in Spain that trails the activities of ambassadors serving in that country gave me a merit award for my service. At the same time, within the UNWTO, which is the premier body charged with regulating tourism and tourism-related activities, I performed incredibly well. After this, to cut this quite short, I have also engaged in other public service. I was the Secretary of the Truth, Justice and Peace Commission in Anambra State, set up a commission of inquiry set up to look into and unravel the root causes of insecurity in southeastern Nigeria. And I'm also a member of the governing council of Chukwuemeka Odumegwu University, as well as Christian Chukwuma Olom College of Education. It is my honor to stand before you all today and to assure you that I am here. I am here because I believe that there is hope for this country. I am here because I believe that if we are all able to come together sincerely and commit to serving this nation with the focus on ensuring that we have peace, that the sky is the limit for this country. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Very rich resume. Yes, the nominee is ready to take a few questions. But let me start. Let me start with comments. Let me go to the state of Anambra. Unfortunately, may his soul rest in peace. She comes from the senatorial district of our late brother, Senator Ifeanyi, who is not here, and the closest person, the two closest senators after Ifeanyi will have to say something about the nominee, because it's from whom that we know you. Distinguished Senator Victor Ome.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Senator Victor Ome. I represent Anambra State First Senatorial District. Mr. President, when I was coming to work this morning, I assured myself that I would not be overwhelmed by emotion when Her Excellency steps into this chamber. And we have all listened to her. Nobody can fault her qualification to serve this country in any capacity. She is very intelligent, very, very charismatic, and very beautiful. You can see. I asked her to bring her beauty when she comes to
Please restrict your comments to her resume.
Her resume. It is there.
Because you know why I'm saying that? Senator Ome, restrict yourself to her resume. Otherwise, we'll go into social media and Google. I will ask a question: who touched my Bianca?
Mr. President, you know too much. But let me say that you will expect this kind of thanking from me, because Her Excellency Ambassador Bianca Odumegwu Her nomination is very significant and also very historic. If you listen to her concluding remarks, you will see that she's somebody who has a passion for peace and well-being of this country and for inclusivity in all the things we do in Nigeria. I have the privilege of serving as the national chairman of APGA for 6 years. I served for 10 years, but for 6 years, the husband, Dim Chukwemeka Ojukwu, was the leader of the party, and I was the national chairman. I worked very closely with our iconic leader and with Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu, who was always around and involved in all the things we do. I want to say that Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu possesses the intellect and the ability to work for Nigeria in the ministry she has been given to oversee, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs. She has experience as an ambassador. But I say that her nomination is significant because of her husband, who we very much revered. And there's nobody in this chamber who will not know the importance of that name, and for her to step into this chamber to be confirmed, screened and confirmed as a Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is indicative of the fact that we are trying to put the past behind us in this country. Apart from her personal attributes and qualities, she carries with her a burden bearing that name because her husband was our all and all. Ambassador Bianca Ojukwu, in this mission, we are with you. I support you. I will always support you because we had so much in common with the APGA that we built and developed. Even in this chamber, I'm called Kokoronko. And I want everybody will support. I know countryman will support. I know that. So what I'm saying is that with her joining the federal cabinet, Mr. President, we are looking forward to opening more doors to reconciliation and many other things to come. I knew the wishes of her late husband, because he was my leader. I worked very closely with him. There were things, if you were to their life, he will continue to ask for. I don't want to say so much, so that we'll confine it to her screening. Those things the husband stood for, she also stands for them. We have worked together, we have shared struggles together. So now that you are in the federal cabinet, my beloved sister, I wish you well. I know that my brothers will speak and this Senate will support you. But when you go, remember that you have so much people looking up to you. All those things our dear brothers stood for, continue to canvass for them. Continue to canvass for the quality of rights.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yes. Distinguished Senator Tony Way.
My name is Senator Tony Moye, representing the people of Anambra North Senatorial District. Actually, my big brother said it all, but I need to add a few things. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, this is one of our best. Incidentally, we were never in the same party together. She was of APGA, I was never of APGA. But this holy chamber should transcend our both party affiliations. I must commend and thank Mr. President Ahmed Bola Tinubu for recognizing this woman for this appointment, irrespective of party affiliation. It's not because of only the fact that she was with our late sage, our undisputable leader, when he was alive. took care of him when he was alive is because this woman is an epitome of excellence. She's very cerebral, she's very articulate, very eloquent, very, anything you can think of. Ebullient lawmaker, ebullient lawyer, and arbitrator for that matter. A product of University of Nigeria, a great lioness, a woman who is a bridge builder. I must say that my people, people of Anambra North, are commending Mr. President once more. And also, we are appealing the Senate of Federal Republic of Nigeria not to waste so much time. She is prepared for questions to answer. She has been a special assistant to Mr. President, who have been a big builder that doesn't know about tribe, that doesn't know party A, party B. I feel strongly that even as an ambassador, when she was an ambassador, she was killed on 11th of May 2012 in absence. That was when she was mourning the husband. She was not even there at the committee stage. But because of her resume and her record, the then Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs screened her, and the Senate of Federal Republic unanimously approved. I'm appealing to our distinguished colleagues, led by our great-in-law. Let them not find any hesitation to clear this woman, our jewel, our ivory. Eyom Bianca Polo. I still submit. Thank you, sir.
Well, at this stage, I don't know whether there's any other thing we can say. Please, off your mic. Distinguished nominee, you can see that your people are solidly behind you, and they can attest to your character, your integrity, and your ability to serve your nation. So let me hear from your maternal home, Distinguished Senator Ositango.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my
Is it paternal home? Both. Oh, both paternal and maternal. Okay.
Mr. President, the beautiful nominee standing for.
I said, restrict yourself to the resume. Forget this word, beautiful. I said, restrict yourself. Restrict yourself. She didn't put in the CV that she's beautiful. Is that what she put? Where? The CV says beautiful Bianca. Okay.
Okay. Mr. President, Bianca Olivia Odinaka Odumego is my sister from Ngwo, in the local government of Enugu State. Mr. President, a golden fish have no hiding place. And that is why the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria went and brought this woman who is very passionate about our country, who is very committed to see the growth of this nation, who will give all that is within her reach to make sure that this country gets to a greater height. Mr. President, you see, when Mr. President announced the nominees and put them in ministry where they are going to serve, it makes everything easier for us. Because she is posted to where she has absolute confidence and competence, where she is going to make a huge impact to this country. She's a lawyer and also a professional in diplomacy.
The Sergeant at Arms, give her a seat.
Mr. President, who else?
Give her a seat. Give her a seat to sit down. Sit down and jot down. Sit down. Sit down. No, we don't want any disaster here. All right. So if you are sure, are you sure? All right.
Mr. President, who else can serve in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, if not somebody with this qualification? We call her Adede Jemba. She's from my town, married to Neu, and that's why I also went to Neu to marry my own wife back as a favor. We don't need to say more than what my brother from Anambra State have said, because our screen is to confirm the competence of the nominees. And everybody in this adult chamber agrees that Bianca is competent, and agrees that the portfolio assigned to her is where she has already excelled and performed creditably. What we are hoping is that as soon as she takes over her office, changes will come, positive changes. So, Mr. President, we thank the President once more for giving us opportunity. We had a Minister of Foreign Affairs from my town before, in the name of Ubem Onya. She is going to be the second Minister of Foreign Affairs from our community. And we always know how to perform. Mr. President, we just wish her the best. Remember, she is supposed to be a member of this Senate. If not that, she ran for Senate before. If not for the way it went, she's supposed to be sitting here in this hallowed chamber, screening other nominees. It means that she has a qualification and competence to understand what we do here. So as a colleague that I see her as, because she contested, I think it is the right thing. Having noted her competence and qualifications, we will have to tell her, with your kind permission, Mr. President, that Bianca should actually bow and go and do her work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Everything will not be complete if I do not hear from the only APGA senator in this chamber. Because I know she's the mother of APGA, distinguished Senator Abaribe.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as chair. My name is Engineer Abaribe. I represent Abia South, and my party is the All Progressive Ground Alliance, of which she is our own mother. So I will make 2 points, Mr. President. 2 very key points that we probably are not noticing in the euphoria of everything that is happening today. First, while I adopt all the sentiments that have been said earlier by the Anambra senators and the one from Enugu State, I will say that one, maybe because of her, Mr. President, by bringing an African person to be a minister, has already started with what we call a unity government and looking for national integration. We can only ask that Mr. President goes much further, much further, but we commend him for this. Second, another commendation we will make for the president, which most people have also forgotten. We have on the floor of this Senate always sought that a president sending nominees to the floor must attach it with the portfolios. Today, we are seeing that the president has started by letting us know the portfolios of those that will go to the different areas, and that is commendable. And so I think that this, having been started, should be sustained by all presidents that will come and the president in his further changes, because I know that there are going to be more changes. To ensure yes, what I mean is that maybe more Afghan people should come to help this government. I thank you, Mr. President. I commend Mrs. Bianca Ojukwu, and I urge my colleagues, seeing these two elements that have accompanied all the nominations that have come today, that we allow Bianca to bow and go. I so submit.
Well, distinguished colleagues, I know that Senator Baribe is worried about what happens to APGA after this. So, and I saw him moving from seat to seat, asking people why. So, I decided that he should say something. But I want to thank you for commending President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for going across party lines to seek for the best of the best to save our country. And most especially, making the job of screening and confirmation easy, and even easier by attaching portfolios to the would-be ministers. Unprecedented. Now you can ask questions directly, relating directly to the portfolio of the minister. And like you said, no other president has ever done it. And no other person would have done it except President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, having been a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His wife has been a senator, and he has known the yearnings of the Senate. So we commend him seriously for attaching portfolios to these nominees. And we pray that future presidents will follow suit so it will be easy for the Senate to do its work. My dear sister, I haven't heard any negative comment from the floor, but I'd like to ask you a question. You've had an experience as an ambassador. Very recently, I sent a delegation to Chad, and they came back and said that the Nigerian embassy in Chad, the building is in very deplorable condition. And I was in Ghana this week, or last week, or this week, and the same complaint. They have a land that they would like to build their embassy structure on, and many other places, Kenya, everywhere. People are complaining that the structures hosting the embassies are in terrible conditions. If you are confirmed by this Senate to go into that ministry, will you focus on trying to rehabilitate, to give Nigeria a better image in terms of the structures of the various embassies worldwide? After that, you can take a bow.
Thank you very much, Senate President. In this respect, distinguished senators, I would like to say that my past records speak for me. As ambassador to the Kingdom of Spain, I spent an entire year in one hotel room because when I got to Spain, the mission building was in such an appalling condition. Together with very dedicated officers, we conducted massive renovation works, not just of the mission building itself, giving Nigeria an edifice truly deserving of a nation of its standing. The Nigerian embassy in Madrid that you see today is a product of my tenure in that country. And what was particularly sad about the previous state of the building was that it was very, very close to the Stadio Bernabeu, which is the home of Real Madrid Football Club. So it was such an eyesore that people who were going to the stadium for the various matches would pass the embassy building in its decadent state. But today, the Nigerian embassy in Spain is magnificent building. Not only that, the residence of the ambassador was also given a facelift, and other buildings belonging to our country within that kingdom. It is true that in most missions, because of the poor funding, most ambassadors are constrained when it comes to carrying out refurbishment and renovation works. And this is quite unfortunate because a lot of the embassies are actually going through this situation. And I believe that not only does our Ministry of Foreign Affairs have to prioritize ensuring that missions abroad actually reflect the true magnitude of Nigeria's standing in the Committee of Nations. It is very, very important because this is what will give our nation the much needed respect to carry out diplomatic functions in a building that does not truly reflect the true standing of any country is very, very limited. And this has, to a large extent, diminished our standing around the world. And I think that this is something that the government, under this president, in view of the four tenets of the foreign policy thrust, which is democracy, development, diaspora, and of course, looking at the fact that most of the people who have to come abroad, especially many of you from these hallowed chambers who have to come for exchanges, study tours, etc., will be hosted in those buildings. It is imperative that when you are on those exchanges and you have to meet your compatriots and you also have to meet your colleagues in the host countries, that these meetings are done in respectable surroundings. Thank you.
Is it the view of the Senate that this nominee be allowed to take a bow and leave? Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. You may now take a bow. The next nominee is Right Honorable Yusuf Abdullahi Atta. Right Honorable Yusuf Abdullahi Atta. Distinguished colleagues, we have before us Alhaji Right Honorable Yusuf Abdullahi Atta, nominated by Mr. President for the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Give us a brief resume of yourself, summarize or what you intend to bring to the table, and thereafter answer questions from the Swiss senators. You have the floor.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Dr. Roswell Fabio GCON, Your Excellency, Deputy Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Dr. Barrow Aiju, CMR, Senate, and other principal officers of the Senate, distinguished senators, good afternoon. I feel highly honored and privileged to appear before you today. My name is Right Honorable Yusuf Abdullahi Atta. I was born on June 22, 1962, in Peggy local government of Kansas State. I began my educational journey at Peggy Primary School, where I earned my first school leaving certificate in 1975. Thereafter, I attended Kano Community Commercial College, where I obtained the West African certificate in 1980. From 1980 to 84, I studied for a Bachelor of Science degree in Economics at Bayero University, Kano, and upon graduation, I did my military Western National Service program in Sokoto State from 1984 to 1985. In furtherance to my academic courses, I completed my master's degree in development studies between 2000 and 2002 at Bayero University, Kano. Prior to my nomination as Minister of State for Housing and Urban Development by His Excellency the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, DCFR, I was appointed by the National Assembly through this August Senate as the Federal Commissioner to the Kansas State in the Public Complaints Commission from July 2024 to date. Before now, sir, I have also had privilege for serving as the Honorable Right Honorable Speaker of Kansas State House of Assembly between 2017 to 2018. Your Excellency, the Senate President and distinguished senators, I was the majority leader of Kansas State House of Assembly between 2010 and 2017. My stewardship in my home state of Kano State encompassed my membership of the state legislature through repeated elections in a rolling sequence of 1999 to 2003, 2015, 2011 to 2015, 2015 to 2019. I had a break in my membership of the State Assembly from 2003 to 2007 when I served as Special Advisor to the Capital State Governor on Assembly matters from 2003 to 2005. As well, I served as a Special Advisor to the Governor on Intergovernmental Affairs from 2005 to 2007.
I was also the senior special assistant to the Kano State Government on education between 2008 and 2010. In all these career exposures, my experience as a classroom teacher and a state inspector of business education and the Kano State Educational Resource Department 3 years were very helpful in shaping my understanding of the dynamics of public service and its work ethics. So I thank His Excellency the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for nominating me to serve as the Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. When confirmed by this August Senate, I promise to serve this country to the best of my ability. I shall use the experience I have garnered in public service over the years to assist the President in achieving his target goals of bringing prosperity to Nigeria through renewed hope agenda. I also thank His Excellency, the President of the Senate, His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Senate, and other principal officers of the Senate, as well as the entire distinguished senators for granting me this opportunity to appear before you today. I would like to especially extend my heartfelt appreciations to my senators from my state, Kano, in persons of His Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, the Deputy Senate President, Senator Dr. Barau I. Jibril, CFR, distinguished Senator Abdurrahman Suleiman Kaur Sumaila, and the distinguished senator representing my senatorial district, that is Kano Central, in person of distinguished Senator Rubai Sanhanga for all their support and guidance. Our distinguished leaders, may I on this note once again thank you all for the esteemed attention and accept my sincere thanks. God bless Nigeria. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That was State of the Nation address by the by the former speaker of Kano State House of Assembly, former majority leader, former member of the Code of Conduct Bureau, or Public Complaints. He's already part of us. Okay, let's point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President, very distinguished colleagues. I rise pursuant to Order 8 of 3 of our rules to move for an extension of time to enable us finish the business of the day. I so move.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, the colleagues, I write second the motion tabled by the Senate leader that will extend our time beyond 3 p.m. to allow us to complete the screening exercise. You have
3.
Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion has been moved and seconded that this hallowed chamber should extend the time beyond 3 p.m. to enable us to conclude all the items on the order paper. Those in support of the motion have moved, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Yes, distinguished Senator Kawu.
Mr. President, my dear distinguished and respected colleagues, I am Suleiman Abdurrahman Kaur Sumaila, representing Kano South Senatorial District, Mr. President, from Kano. Mr. President, my dear distinguished and respected colleagues, before us is a nominee from Kano, a grassroots politician, highly intelligent and intellectual, connected with the people. A politician who started from the scratch to where he is today. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, on behalf of our people, I must commend President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, who nominated one of us
Right Honorable Yusuf Abdullahi Atta as a member of Federal Executive Council. Quite all right. We are highly delighted. I keep saying one of us because Mr. President, he is a member of Parliament, Kano State House of Assembly, where he started as a member, a leader, majority leader, and of course the Speaker of the House of Assembly. Mr. President, my dear colleague, now we are doing a very serious business in National Assembly toward the aim and aspiration of Nigeria, constitutional amendment, which we cannot start and finish it here unless and until we have the support of our state assemblies. I checked before I came in how many state assembly speakers accompany their former colleagues and the members of state assembly from Kano and of course his friends from all over Nigeria who accompany him and come and witness his competition as a member of the Federal Executive Council. Furthermore, Mr. President, the nominee was screened or was confirmed by this Senate as Commissioner Federal Public Complaint Commission, which is recently as a commissioner from Kano. I am not a lawyer, but I have to borrow from some of our learned colleagues and my senior colleague who came off under a personal explanation, draw the attention of this parliament to give respect to our former nominee who passed through the screening and competition of this chamber. This one, Mr. President, my dear colleague, currently is a public complaint commissioner of Kano State, confirmed who facilitated or appointed by the National Assembly was our act. I am asking my dear colleague, based on his track record in the parliament, based on understanding we are looking to 36 state assemblies to embark on a very important business of our constitutional amendment. We need to give him the special recognition as one of us. I know definitely people like Senator Lalong, who is a former speaker, is eager to come in and contribute, but I think Mr. Speaker and Mr. President, we need to be a special and give him a special recognition. I so submit, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Well guided. Senator Ethan William, you were once a speaker. What do you want to say now?
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Ethan Williams. I represent Crossriver Central. I want to speak on behalf of former speakers and say thank you to Mr. President for appointing one of us. Number one, for Right Honorable Atta, not quite long this Senate confirmed. And I will also employ that as a former speaker, former majority leader, and having been in the legislature for that long, we should just allow him to take it back.
When Senator Hanga, say something.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Senator Kwayanga, representing the Kano Central, the Central constituency where he comes from. Wow. Mr. President, all was said by my brother Kausumela and others, but I have this to say, sir. despite the fact that I certainly endorse that we allow him to go, based on the tradition of the Senate, to always honor our colleagues. Being a former speaker, I want to say this, that his appointment as a minister certainly threatens me because we are from different parties. And he is a political juggernaut. I know they are there to, I'm threatened, sir, but I support him. I support him 100%. But I'm not threatened. He was my political ally, Mr. President. He was my political ally before, but he's now with you. And I think something must be done, sir. I'm your brother, sir. You must do something about this. You have to protect me. Thank you very much, brother. Please, sir, my civil colleagues, esteemed colleagues and friends, let us allow him bow and go without any further question or comment. Let him bow and go. He's already a minister by the grace of God. Thank you very much.
The civil senator Anga, you are protected. The fact that you are from a different political party in Kano with the nominee will not in any way threaten you. You are a good man. You have an impeccable character, and you are a team player. And I'm very certain that even Kano will join the center by 2027. So you'll be among those in the vanguard. So you are protected. The Deputy Senate President, I've carefully picked people from Kano, from Senator Kau to Senator Hanga, and then now to you. Despite your party differences, you are all united in saying that the former Speaker and the former, I think it's still in the PCC, Public Complaints Commission, and former Majority Leader should be allowed to take a bow. So shortly after you make your remark, I'll put the question. But before then, the nominee, you are going to Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. How do you hope to provide houses for the vulnerables in the society? And what will you do to increase the quota of affordable housing units in Nigeria? Because things are very difficult today, and then a lot of people would not like to be homeless. Do you have any idea of any policy that you hope to bring forward? After that, the Deputy Senate President will now close the screening.
Your Excellency, sir, going by my experience of serving in Kano State Housing Corporation for some years, I feel even though there should be difference between a state corporation and a whole federal ministry, but I don't want to make some comments or beat above the bush because the policy of this administration is 82 years now. So please, I need to probably take over and see the handing over of the ministry and know about the policies of the government about housing before somebody can put key in and put his input into whatever he's thinking about. I work in housing corporation. We had a popular program in Kano State Housing Corporation of owner occupier, which most of our civil servants benefited from. So I have that idea, but I don't know how it will fit in the policies of this administration. So, sir, I need to go to the ministry, take over, see the policies, how far they have gone, then to see how I will put in my best into perfecting the policy and achieving housing development in Nigeria, sir.
Yeah, so in other words, you are committed to ensuring the availability of more affordable houses for Nigerians. Yes, Deputy Senate President.
SB. I thought you would be given the honor to bow and go, but you still decided to ask him a question. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Chair. I wouldn't have said anything, but to quote the fact that Senator Houseman has spoken, Senator Vice Adanga has spoken, people do it from the party in the state and in the country as well. Sorry, in the country, but their party is in my state. Well, principally, I want to commend and thank Mr. President for nominating this gentleman. Secretary I've said it all. He's a strong grassroots, somebody who started from scratch and rose to the top, just like our president. That's why we are always eager to see our president, because he's someone, in fact, since the inception of democracy in this country from 1990 to date, there's no time where we elected a president who started from scratch to the top. That's why we began from scratch to the top. That's why he knows all about this country. He knows all the nooks and crannies of this country. He'll tell you about one state. He'll tell you the political configuration of one state. Talk to him about the state of Akwa Ibom. It's just like an encyclopedia. He'll tell you central increase, survival, that increase. He'll tell you all the names of the stakeholders, what are stakeholders, what does that matter in those areas. That's why he decided that this gentleman should be nominated, because they understand the configuration of Kano State. So he fits into the arrangement, Mr. President, to bring about inclusion. I can see my friend and brother, senior brother, is threatened. He said he's threatened because of his what is called sagacity. He's someone that is loved by all and sundry, the youth, the ulama, students, women, business community. Everybody likes him because he's an house with them free. He's going to take the message of Mr. President down to the whole business in the entire of Nigeria. That's Kano Central. That is the whole of Islam, where you have sheikhs, the sheikhs, the important part, the traditional constitution is connected to them. He's a student of, people don't want to name because he's a student of sheikhs. So, Mr. President is wrong, and that's why we are proud of Mr. President. Besides that, he was one of us, in fact, he was appointed by this same OOC. He's still an appointee. He said, because he had not resigned, he's going to resign after we have confirmed him. He served very well in the legislature of Kano State, majority leader, speaker. In fact, just like what someone said the other time, it's a round peg in a round hole. The president of this country, we need to commend him for looking around to pick people like him, nominee folks. And I tell you, and I want to confirm to you that Kano is now taken over by APC Isha. It's an appointment. Because the vacuum we have, you feel that vacuum. You feel the vacuum. Mr. President, if you are watching us, we are grateful to you. You love Kano. Just recently you gave us the headquarters and also the Women Commission. Just recently. Kano is grateful to you. We shall continue to support your government. We shall continue to help to strengthen your desire to bring prosperity to this nation. Mr. President, allow this gentleman to bow and go because it's time. He deserves this very important privilege enjoyed by seasoned former speaker. And so, thank you.
What we are saying has further threatened Senator Anger. Because, so you really need the protection. Is it the view of the Senate that he be allowed to take a bow and go? Yeah. Those who support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Yeah. But I wanted the deputy to go. We now invite Idi Mokhtar Maya to take the stage. Honorable Idi Mokhtar Maya. Summarize your curriculum vitae and just give us a brief synopsis of the difference you want to make in the new assignment given to you if you are confirmed by the Senate. The floor is yours.
Principal of the Senate, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, may I also recognize the Plenary senators from Adamawa State, that of Beauty, and Haji Amin Abbas, distinguished senator representing Adamawa Central, distinguished senator Venus Yaro Dauda, representing Adamawa South, and my very own senator from Adamawa North, Senator Amos K. Yohana, Reverend. My name is Idi Mokhtar Maya. I thank the President Nigeria fundamental of this nomination. I hereby give you a brief of my history. I was born on 12 August 1957 in Maya, presently my local government area of Adamawa State. I was enrolled into primary school in 1966 at Janico Maya Primary School, Maya local government area, up to 1966. In 1973, I was a primary student of government school to Gwaza in present Neighborhood State. Interestingly, that is the hometown of distinguished Senator Muhammad Ali. The beauty of that arrangement then, I was coming from Mobi to Gwaza. Senator Dume was leaving Gwaza to Mobi. That crisscross posting of students at that time strengthened national unity and exposed students different social configuration of the country. From 73 to 1977, I completed primary school in Gwaza and gained admission into School of Basic Studies in Zaria. After having successfully passed the IGL examination, I was admitted to read political science in Zaria. After graduation, I was posted to the old Imo State for my mandatory national youth service course. I was posted to Akwete, specifically Obehi Grammar School. Obehi, Azumini, Akwete, Asa, Umahia, Umudike. I'm still very, very familiar with the geography of that area. And that couldn't have happened, but for that mechanism called NYC. And I'm very, very grateful for that. It gave me further insight into the country. On completion of my NYC, I gained employment with the then College of Clinical Studies, Yola, as a lecturer. And again, I met distinguished Senator Bino Siaro, who was our chief accountant. And between me and him, it was a natural bonding. I served CPS Yola. During the military era, I was appointed as the sole administrator of my Baba local government. Coincidentally again, that is the local government of distinguished Senator Pinos. After his stint at my Baba, I was redeployed to Guyu local government. After having completed that assignment, I was the pioneer director of College of Administration and Business Studies of Adamawa Polytechnic, which took over from College of Business Studies, Yola. In 1992, thereabout, I applied and was employed by the then Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation as a personnel officer. I rose to the position of General Manager, General Youth Services, later deployed to HR, Human Resources, and was also posted to Nigeria LNG as General Manager, Human Resources. That gave me a further insight into the management of oil and gas. The LNG today in sub-Saharan Africa is one of the most successful oil and gas companies. After 3 years of service at the LNG, I was deployed to Kaduna Refinery and Petrochemical Company as Executive Director of Services. In 2016, we were working on McKinsey on certain reforms corporate-wide, and I was nominated to serve on that committee.
So the
committee's report.
nominee,
Yes, sir.
You can just go to the end and say you are ready to serve.
Good. Yes, Mr. President. I was appointed the Managing Director of Kaduna Refinery and Petrochemical Company. I am, with all sense of humility, the first non-technical Managing Director of refinery in NNPC. I have, all along the line, incorporated a farm called Zaidi Farms that was deeply involved in modern animal husbandry. Mr. President, distinguished principal officers, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I am here before you called upon by Mr. President to come and serve at a higher level to serve our country and move it forward, particularly the livestock sector. Mr. President.
Thank you. From your resume, we wouldn't leave here today if we had to listen to the things you have done. So I think the president took his time in selecting this set of ministers. I'm very, very, very impressed. So, distinguished Senator Shehu, you want us to take Binus first? Binus Yaro. Yes, just you have 1 minute so that we can have one or two comments.
Representing Adama South. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, the nominee before you has already established his credentials, and he has shown that he is a well-considered choice by Mr. President. He has already told you that he has come a long way. It's like running race. When the SPS, where I had gone before, went to ABU, where I had also gone for classification. He worked in CPS, where I was the chief accountant, and he joined NNPC, where I was already working. So, Mr. President, by his submission, especially the concluding part, upon retirement, he set up a farm that not only bring crops but also bring animal husbandry. And this farm is a well-known farm, and it is a modern farm in Kaduna State. Mr. President, this nominee is a technocrat, is a human resource expert, he is a management group. He doesn't need further elaboration. So, Mr. President, I ask my colleagues to allow him to just give us a vision, because he has shared the vision for the new office he's been appointed to with us, the senators of Adamawa State, yesterday. So he can just share that with us, and then we'll have to think about.
Thank you. Reverend Amos Johanna, distinguished.
Standing before us comes directly from my senatorial district. That has been explained. I just want to go further to say that this and like Professor Tina, the nominee has participated all through the sessions, and the blueprint that has been produced is a very technical member of that. And so he is going into a ministry which he has helped develop already. So you will need that ministry running for anyone. With this, Mr. President, I want to use the voices of the people of Adamawa North and by extension Adamawa State to thank His Excellency the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for this very, very good choice to put the livestock industry in Nigeria on the very right pedestal. We thank Mr. President and we will ever remain grateful to him for honoring us by picking one of our best to serve in this government. With this, I recommend and I will move that though we are not afraid, because he is qualified to answer any question in livestock production, but he can take a bow and leave. I so submit, Mr. President, and I'm grateful.
Thank you. If you notice, while you were talking, the microphone came alive, which means that as a man of God, God opened your microphone for all to see and for all to hear. God of resurrection resurrected your microphone. Clerk of the Senate. Clerk of the Senate. I hope you noted that. I noticed you were shocked. I've been asking him, I said, people are not hearing what distinguished senators are saying. He said, they are working on it, they are working on it. We are tired of working on this. Look at, if not because of referendum, you see, once you brought that your ecclesiastical voice on the microphone, everything opened. No, before I put the question, Senator Shehu Boba, you wanted to use 30 seconds to say a word.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is South. Mr. President, this is my next, first of all, let me congratulate the nominee for being nominated by Mr. President. And Mr. President, I want to share or adopt the sentiment, so to say, by the two distinguished senators from Adamawa State.
Well done.
Distinguished Yaro and distinguished senator who just spoke now. Sir, the nominee is very much knowledgeable, versatile on the modern husbandry. And you can see that, sir, he understood the interests and the intricacies of farmers' others crisis. Mr. President have done a right choice by nominating this man. And the rest assured, he was part and parcel on all the committees that came up with this idea of livestock ministry. And I believe he is capable to take this position. Mr. President, I'm calling on my distinguished colleagues to also confirm the nominee by Mr. President. Thank you. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you. Actually, Mr. Nominee, from your resume and from the contributions of those who have related with you and known you for decades, they believe you are a square peg in a square hole. I must thank the president, because even for you to have been involved for 19 years in animal husbandry and all that, the question I would have loved to ask from here would have been that Nigeria has been bedecked by the problem of farmers, herders, crisis, leading to destruction of livestock, farms, farm products, and even human lives. Now that the president has decided to bring up this virgin ministry and to put it under your care because of your experience, can you just use 2-3 minutes to tell us what you think you will do to hit the ground running to bring all these issues to an end? Because with your appointment, I believe the people of Benue Plateau and others will have relief. Now, the microphone has gone again. Maybe we should call Reverend Moss, a man of God, to talk. So just give us a brief summary of your vision for the new ministry and how you intend to hit the ground running to solve the problem of farmers, herders, crisis, and bring sanity to bear.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President and Chairman of the National Assembly. Mr. Senate President wants to know what step and mechanism will the new ministry adopt in order to curb all the crises emanating from that sector. On the basis of the handful bonus from the Ministry of Agriculture, from where this ministry has been carried out, the new ministry will intend to develop a database of all the infrastructure that are animal husbandry related. This is to say, all the grazing reserves in the country. We also want to know all the cattle routes that have been mapped out. We also want to know all the dams that are available. From there, we will drill down and make sure in the immediate, those grazing reserves that have no legal encumbrances, that is to say that they have been gazetted, we analyze the situation. What's their holding capacity? Do they have sufficient grasses? Do they have sufficient water? Are there clinics, veterinary clinics, etc., etc.? To our understanding, herders movement, there's a push and pull factor. The push factor from the north is the absence of fodder and water. We believe that feed and water is livestock. You can have grass where there is no animal, but you can't have animals where there are no grasses. In the immediate, our intention is to incentivize all herders and other animal rearers to remain where there are grasses, and the ministry will intend to work with other critical stakeholders to make sure that this vision is realized. The next distinguished senators is to do massive sensitization. Sensitization is in the sense that we want to, it is a battle of the heart and mind, to know that the herders have a stock that has value. It's beyond cultural farming. It is a business. And as such, it is an investment. And it is no great profitable if you centralize. We intend to encourage people by bringing those incentives across all those 417 grazing areas in the country to make sure that those areas are suitable and have sufficient grass and water to contain those animals, so that the desire to move out will be needed in the back. In this wise, we will require the support and solidarity of the National Assembly, the state governors, local government chairmen, and respective communities. These are the most important stakeholders. I believe these stakeholders, once we sit down and map out those low-hanging fruits from the Presidential Committee on Reforms of Livestock, we will be able, in the not-distant future, to address the situation. Thank you, Mr. Senate President and Chairman of the National Assembly.
Thank you so much. Senator Danduse. You said you have advice for the nominee before he takes a bow.
Thank you, Mr. President,
Yes.
for giving me the opportunity to speak on this very important ministry. I'm Senator Dandusai Bantaru Mohammed, representing Katsina South. I want to use this opportunity as a minister who is saddled with a very difficult and tax, because most of this criminality that is happening in Nigeria, you need to work as a minister to have a critical stakeholders meeting with the Plenary headsmen that are moving from one part to another. Because if you look at the modern technology that is happening in most of the part of the world, especially I was in Netherlands, I have seen how they are partnering. I was in China, I have seen how they are doing. Because this incessant killings that is happening in Nigeria is uncalled for, and it is creating a lot of problems between different nationalities in Nigeria. Nigeria is blessed, so we have to use all mechanisms that are important to ensure that that movement is stopped and modern partnering is being embarked in this ministry so that it will stop, because the obsolete systems they are pursuing, that is what is causing most of these challenges in most of the part of the country, not in the south, not in not, also in the northern part of the country. My area, my zone is one of the leading zones that even the British came and established a settlement. And if you can collaborate with NAFRI in Zaria alone, I believe modern partnering can be embraced to carry out a very good, sustainable animal production and a lot of animal development in terms of what you are so. So, Mr. Minister, my respected colleagues, this is a very important, and it will reduce 75 of the criminality that is happening in this country. Thank you, Mr. President.
So that is like an advice to you,
Yes.
and that you should try and visit other climes. Like he said, he has been to China, he has been to Singapore and other countries to see how livestock is managed. So we will expect you to do the same. It's a new ministry, and you are very well versed in it, but also take stock of what is happening in other countries. What is happening in the livestock industry directly impacts on the security of the nation. The killing of policemen, the killing of communities, the destruction of farmlands, and all sorts of things. He's saying 75% of those things will come to an end once you can get it right. It's going to be a difficult task for you, but we believe you are very well qualified for it. Is it the view of the Senate that this nominee be allowed to take a bow and go? Yeah. Those in support say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. You may take a bow. Can we have the next nominee? Dr. Jumoke Oduwole.
Distinguished senators, please come back. Leave the nominee alone, please.
Dr. Jumoke Oduwale. Most of the senators have gone for oversight functions. Some of them are taking the police bill on new institutions. I told the Deputy Senate President to go and represent me there. So he's going to declare open the public hearing now. And some have gone to have meetings in the presidency, but many are watching you across the world. So you have to, don't look at the floor, look at Nigerians and give them your best in terms of what you want to bring to the table. The senators are still watching you also from even some of the committee rooms. So give us a brief resume of yourself and tell us what you want to bring to the table to prove industry, trade, and investment in Nigeria. And it's a major issue. If we can have more foreign direct investment, we can have more creation of jobs, we can have more industries, automatically we can also have more employment opportunities. We can stop even the current industries in Nigeria from emigrating to other countries. You understand? Today, Lever Brothers is gone. Leventis is gone. Many of the textile industries, over 75% of the textile industries in North are gone. And unfortunately now, even the oil industry, many of them are going to the Bahamas, Angola, and new Uganda, and new locations and all that. So you have a lot of responsibilities to put the right policies in place and to be a great ambassador to attract foreign direct investment into the country, keep the existing industries while expanding investment opportunities in Nigeria. So you are welcome. Give us a brief resume of yourself and proceed to answer questions from the senior senators.
The President of the Senate and Chairman of the 10th National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, CON. The Deputy Senate President, His Excellency Senator Rabiu Jibril, CFR. The Principal Officers of the Senate, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, particularly the senator representing Lagos Central, my distinguished Senator Sani Wasil Eshinoku, distinguished Senator Oluwati Adekunle representing Lagos West, and distinguished Senator Adetokunbo Abinu representing Lagos East. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Please permit me to start by first thanking God Almighty for today and His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for this nomination and for the confidence being reposed in me to serve our great nation in the capacity of Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, if declared by the Senate today. I'm the third of 4 children. My late father, Professor Olufolabi, was a surgeon and the first vice chancellor of Lagos State University. My mother, Mrs. Clara Folashade Abiodun Olumide Nisholana, was the first women registrar of the University of Lagos. I'm married with 2 children. I started primary school at the University of Lagos Staff School and attended Queen's College, Yara, Lagos for my secondary education. For my undergraduate studies, I attended the Faculty of Law of the University of Lagos and was called to the Nigerian Bar in 1999. I obtained my first master's degree from Cambridge University, England, with a concentration in commercial law. I then earned a second master's degree in international trade law, as well as a doctorate degree, both from Stanford Law School in the United States of America. My doctoral dissertation centered on negotiation asymmetry and developing country coalition strategy at the WTO. For my career, I started in investment banking at FCMB Capital Markets, a division of First City Merchant Bank PLC. I then worked at Guaranty Trust Bank PLC before leaving 20 years ago to pursue a career in the academia so I could invest in developing the capacity of young Nigerians to build our economy. I joined the Faculty of Law, University of Lagos, in 2004, where I taught, researched, and published papers across several areas in the commercial and international law space. Since 2015, I have been on loan to the federal government of Nigeria, first as Senior Special Assistant to the President on Industry, Trade, and Investment, and subsequently as Special Advisor to the President on Ease of Doing Business, both in the Office of the Vice President. I am currently the Special Advisor to the President on Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council and Investment in the Office of the Vice President, a position I have occupied since October 2023. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself.
Yeah. Let's start from the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Once more, my name is Abamoro. Once more, let me remind all of us here that the nominee standing before all of us here is a great advocate. And as a great advocate, a great advocate.
What does that mean?
Product of the University of Lagos.
Huh?
The product of the University of Lagos. Akoka, Lagos. Akoka, Yaba, Lagos.
Oh, okay.
And that institution is actually a citadel of learning in Nigeria.
Well, I was speak to the resume of the nominee because the way you sounded like somebody who was.
That is why her whole educational achievement that has culminated in the Harvard School in the Massachusetts started. So that's the foundation. And so, sir, I only want to say at this moment that great Akokas are always excelling in whatever position they find themselves.
Senator Abamoro, those who belong to Panwine Drinkers Club, what do they call them?
You got it very right. At the University of Lagos, I was the director of the emblem, if you know what I mean. So, sir, on a very serious note, looking at the very rich resume of the nominee, I don't have any doubt in my mind, but to say that in the current exercise that we are carrying on, I think Mr. President has demonstrated some level of capacity to pick very, very vibrant persons, especially young ones, to mark the various ministries. Because the future belongs to the young people. And so if they are picked now to lead in the positions of government, I think they should show some commitment to build a future that they can inherit. And that is why I want to say that looking at this resume, quite frankly, from being from the best universities in the world to being advisor to the president on trade, on industry, and whatever, I think that we can only pray for her when she's eventually confirmed here to do her very best to ensure that our trade and investment improves very significantly. Because our fortunes in foreign direct investment, quite frankly, has been dwindling. And I hope that with her knowledge and experience, with her standing in the various aspects of trade and investment, she should be able to improve on our foreign direct investment in this country. Because that is the hub of investment. And we need, some of the conditions may be outside our circumstances, but quite frankly, I think a greater job of it depends on the person with the ideas, the person with the proper knowledge to do the right thing. And I think that she fits into that bill. And so I support her nomination, and I hope that my colleagues will support her nomination and approve her nomination so that she can hit the ground running as a great acolyte. Thank you very much.
Listening to the minority leader commending Mr. President, sometimes I'm tempted to say that the president got it so right that the Senate should not bother and should tell the. If you agree with me. So this thing we normally hear, MIT. MIT is actually Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Is that what it is? Is that where you went to? Every time you say Akokai, what is Akokai? Okay. Thank you, minority leader. But please, let us try and ask the nominee question because she came here brimming with ideas of what she will bring to the table. The front, let's start from. You want to speak? But you just came in. Okay, before or after the majority leader? Huh? You were not there. Were you there when she came in? No, you were not there. Okay, let us start with the Southwest, the leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I thank you, my able colleagues, senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. President, I want to join also in commending the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for understanding and responding to the mood of the nation. Mr. President, Nigerians want changes in different sectors of our economy, of our nation, as soon as yesterday. And nothing is going to change unless we first change ourselves. And there's a change in the orientation as to the kind of people that will put forward to take over certain salient and peculiar responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, the nominee standing before us is Mr. President. Well, please, Mr. President, I need your protection from the minority leader who is trying to distract me. Mr. President, standing before us is a nominee who is not just a brilliant and accomplished thinker, but an extremely decent person. She worked as a banker. One of the major responsibilities of this ministry to which we posted is to also manage and oversight banks, the Bank of Industry, African Bank, and some other finance-related institutions are a part of this ministry. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, she had worked as a public servant, having the right exposure up till this moment, and is in a position to hit the ground running in this ministry. She has worked as a teacher, lecturer, senior lecturer in the university, including the Lagos Business School. Her exposure, her education, her upbringing, child of a renowned professor, child of first female registrar of a renowned university. And those of us who also know her and members of the family, both the nuclear family and the extended family, can attest to the fact that she will be a round peg in a round hole. My only concern for her, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, is just that Nigerians who are familiar with her antecedents and the international community who understands her understanding of the language of development and the language of global best practice standards will have so much expectation from her. That is my concern, and I know by the grace of God, she'll be able to live up to that expectation. I can go on and on, but I won't, because I know time is of the essence, and I don't want to deny my colleagues an opportunity to speak. But let me just say that I believe the confirmation of this nominee by this hallowed chamber will be the right thing to do, and we also would have indulged in the same attitude and the search for a change which motivated Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief in making this nomination. I thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Deputy Senate President.
Mr. President,
Just before then, please. The special advisor, make sure all these code of conduct declarations inserted into all the CVs are removed. All we need, this one is there. This, what of this? Huh? What of this? I'm saying, please, make sure that you return all to the owners. We only need the acknowledgement slip. We don't need their code of conduct. It's their private affair. It's not meant for us. So please, you retrieve all the CVs of all the nominees and return all their code of conduct declarations. All we need is just the acknowledgement slip, nothing more than that, because this is a private affair. Otherwise, you see social media will start publishing all sorts of things about them. Do you understand? Okay, please. Yes, sir.
So thank you, Mr. President, sitting as chair. Mr. President, I feel compelled to ask for your permission to speak because I think the president has to be commended for nominating the nominee. The nominee is a good example, of our women in this country. It's a very good example because of our outstanding pedigree. Outstanding pedigree. She began from Queen's College, did law. I mean, after Queen's College, she went to University of Lagos, did law, but she was not satisfied. She has to go to Cambridge to do law again. Then moved to Stanford, an Ivy League college. Moved to another Ivy League college. MIT in Boston. This is amazing.
So you want to ask her how she will bring all those, qualifications to bear in her job?
No. But what I'm saying is,
because I've seen people with a lot of certificates I've seen people with certificates and grammar, and they don't even know the meaning of democracy. Just in Edo State there, we had a governor who ruled for 8 years with only 10 members, and he not swear in for 14. And he went to all these grammar schools and all that. Let's concentrate on what she will bring to bear, and how those how all those degrees will culminate into tangible benefit for Nigerians.
Nobody can give what that does not have. She has a background, I'm sure, going by what she has done so far in public service,